Was good? Was goody good? QTE cinematic strike. Let's see. Romance. So I'm gonna have to figure out something to do for like Romantic Saga, but aside from that, let's see. Final Fantasy. I hate how I've been like, going to the Final Fantasy XII message board a lot lately, and yet I'm not really getting anything in terms of typing up Final Fantasy and seeing it first things first. That's wiggity wacky. That is what I'd want to see. South Bank Village. So I'm probably going to join XII if he ever decides to stream. I told him not to stream Demon Souls. I told him to... So he suggested Spiral, and I said, you know, that's a good idea. Because that is a hard game, Demon Souls, and I know him. He's going to get frustrated and he's going to quit. He's not really like the persevering type, by his own admission and from what I've seen, because when we choose to try to coordinate the Nyx brawl, like Nick All-Stars brawl thing, after 2 or 3 failed attempts, he would just get frustrated and rage out. And I'm thinking, is this guy stupid? But no, it's just not happening. So if he's getting clapped by one of them Dark Souls bosses, Demon Soul bosses, I don't want him to like run off. Because then he's wasting everybody's time. So, okay. Pineapple is... Redguard, Bombshell, Crib Bunny, Mega Bomb, Spee, Matriarch Bomb, Rain Dancer, Rampager, Razor Fin. Okay, so next things on our itinerary is get my ass over here. Alright, Osmond Plain. So, what's this connected to so I can warp to it? Oh, my touchpad is getting fucked. Okay, so... I gotta go to Giza. Razor Fin. Remember, I only got like 31 kills left to make, so this is extremely doable. Let me get reverse the fuck up out of here, because this next area is not tough like that. So yeah, I got the Mistwalker trophy yesterday while I was up in the morning looking for something to do while getting ready for my orthodontist appointment. That one was a hellacious trophy, but now my thing sits at like 97%. I will say that some of those like regular enemies are harder to spawn than some of these rare ones, but and some of them are actually way harder too. Why you came at me like that? Oh, freaky ass. Jumped in front of me. I feel bad now I think about it. Like, that thing was just trying to be cute and hop in front of me and I murdered it. Like... Damn, can I dial it down a little bit? North edge of the area when the party looks at the game and sees a minute. Alright, so I'm gonna charge my thing and take a piss break. It won't take too long, but I will mute the mic. So if you guys want to chat with me, I got my phone with me, so just send me a message through there. This is not gonna take too long. Let's see. Audio sharing. Alright. We've resumed. No more peeing. We European. Alright, well. I don't really understand what's being tutorialized right here. So the north area, I gotta stay until like the in-game clock says like 39. Okay, let's see. Let's see the minute time display between 10 and 39. And 39 minutes. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Alright. So I was singing this game's praises for a while about that shit, then it gave me an esoteric one when I decided to stream this game. Alright, let's see. Critical bug. Kill bug. Alright. Games. So how do I even like keep track of the game's internal clock? Oh. Awesome, awesome. So, where to next? Clan Primer, Bestiary. Kill Bug. Okay, now I need Apsara. So Apsara is found in Foncos, the Maluea strand or sand. I'll go to Jahara. You see, the more I think about this game as I'm playing through it, I'm like, this game has towns, it has NPCs too. It doesn't feel like 13 and 15 where those ones are super afield of the formula. Teleport, the font. That motherfucker's deadly. Alright, let's see. So what do I do when I get here? Alright, just gotta kill... What was it? 10 Silver Lobos or Pyrolisks? Which ones? Piranhas, okay. So we gotta go after them fishes. Andre Iguodala. I don't even gotta chain him. Yeah, this reminds me a little of Final Fantasy XI when you're, trying to like farm the water element and then enemies like the crabs and shit in order to get your sub job. I don't see any piranhas. Okay, let me see. Fawn Coast. Let me get a little creative with my setup right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I did a pro gamer move. Okay, Bestiary, Fawn Coast. Piranha. So I haven't spotted a single piranha. I thought that was Resetera. I'm like, reset era. Resetera. I was like, damn. These motherfuckers everywhere. They're ubiquitous up in this bitch. Alright, let's see. Being it's feeling favor for me. High salinity. Okay, I must be reading something wrong. Because this shit don't make no sense. I have not seen it. Okay, let's see. The Fawn Coast. Okay, so I just gotta kill them in the area. Can't leave the Fawn Coast. My change on reading. Alright, so that's another body. Come on, let's see. Maybe this is a notational error. Let me pull this out. I hate when I have to lose trust in my own walkthroughs. Okay. So I've been doing it correctly, but... Oh. Apsara. Follicular mutated by a freak lightning strike. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's look up what follicular means. Or Focalor. The god of... I don't want to see Genshin shit, man. Okay, the Great Duke of Hell. Okay, so it's a demon. Minibug. Barheim Passage. Let me... East-West bypass. I'm gonna put this on the wood. So I only got 29 left to go. Who leveled up? Oh, Canelo. Oh shit. Okay. Teleport. Okay, Barheim Passage. I had a feeling I didn't have it on the Twitch app. I just kept it on the walkthrough. I really do want to play this game casually now. There's like a fantasies that I want to play on a casual level. Oh shit, I just realized that part of the map right there looks like someone giving out a gang sign. Alright. Minibug. It's on the east end. 20% chance. This should be somewhat simple. Oh, fuck. I just realized that was it the whole time. Salika wood. Teleport. Salika wood. There you go. Okay, Raging Claw. I just saw Terra's. Alright, so what are we looking for? We're looking for a Rage Claw. I am not feeling this. Where is... Oh. This is the most prolonged game of like bingo, I guess. Scavenger hunt. Funo. And okay, let's see, Barheim Passage. I hate this joint. Let's see. Yeah, editing all of this together, by the way, is not going to be fun. But that's something I know I'm not going to look forward to doing. Because this week I've done 3 streams that are all like unnecessarily like 2-parters. If anyone thinks I'm gonna do a Saturday stream, you got me twisted. You got me twisted up, man. Barheim Passage. Alright, so west section, 20%, it'll be disguised as a chest. Got a high potion. Glacial staff. Glacial staff? Don't you mean racial staff? I'm about to give you my racial staff. You don't shut your ass up. This fake ass conversation I'm making in my head. Ten out of 10 dialogue. I should become like a video game writer. Land Primer, Bestiary. You know, I really like doing the Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Bestiaries back when I was playing those as a kid. Filling them motherfuckers out, but this shit is wiggity whack, yo. Wiggity wiggity whack. Okay, so Binding Mantis. I already did that. Chris Woodtoad. Alright. Hey, fucking yo, what kind of name is... Woodtoad. Sheeta Uplands, the Highlands. Alright, let's see. Sheeta Uplands. The Highlands are. Let me do the math in my head. Hunts. Bestiary. How many have I gotten rid of so far? 2, 4, 6, some 8, and 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 30, 2, 4, 6, 40, 2, 4, 6, 8, 50, 2. So 54, that means I got. I've done 5 so far this session. That means if I'm hyper dedicated to this game and just this game, I should be able to do it pretty extensively, but as it stands right now, I gotta figure out what to do with Romancing Saga. Because I want to defeat Jewel Beast, I want to get my event rank up, want to spawn some badass techniques. I just want to make sure I wrap that game up and go out with a bang, because that game deserves as much love as it gets. I did not expect that game to be my second favorite Saga game. I wouldn't put it above Saga Frontier though. Not out of any deficiency, just that Saga Frontier is typically what I look for. The Kenji Ito OST is great on both, but you got Tomomi Kobayashi's artwork. The weird ass setting. Imaginative ass storytelling. And every character having their own campaign for real, not just their own intro. It's completely believable that Aisha would want to run down on Saduin at this point, after everything she's seen in her adventures. Highlands, okay, let's see. I know I'm probably going to be playing a lot of this game and Minstrel Song tomorrow, just off screen. Normally I never play Romancing Saga Minstrel Song off screen, but There's like only a few quests left for me to do, so now I want to actually gain stats like crazy, character build, make money. Okay, so I wasn't even paying attention and I got that. Wood toad, Sleeka wood. Okay, so Sleeka wood again. Some of these I'm gonna have to do a bit more efficiently, 'cause I'm going back and forth to the same area, wasting a lot of teleport stones, and I could wipe my ass with a bunch of teleport stones, but it ain't necessary, man. Corridor of the Ages, is that what it was? Alright, let's see. Black. White. Lager. Brave. Okay, so I guess I'll need Vaughn for that one, and actually we don't need you, so magic, white magic, time magic. What? So when they're invisible status, what does that look like? Cause I don't want to just light up myself on fire all the time. Wrong B. Alright, fire. Ah, fuck, I did it again. Alright. Everything right now is medicinal. Let's see. Time. Okay, near the stairs. Down these stairs. Corridor of Ages, north stairs. So I just gotta make my rounds up and down until I know this thing is spawning. The thing is, it says that this thing is invisible, but I don't know what that translates to in terms of the game mechanics. Am I just gonna throw health Marys at myself? Burn myself until this thing spawns? What kind of big brain do you have to be to figure this shit out? I always think it's kind of weird how Final Fantasy fans gripe at the dumbest shit, because I remember I got into a discussion with someone, because I said that I knew Final Fantasy 15 was going to be straight ass from what I saw from Uncovered, and he's like, the vast majority of people, they looked at what they saw and thought it was good, and I'm like, I don't care what the vast majority of people said. Pertinence to the conversation. You couldn't tell that shit was gonna be ass, then tripping. This is gonna be like a good game that's just not a. It doesn't feel like a Final Fantasy at all. The closest thing that to me that kind of invokes Final Fantasy is that you can cast black magic spells as your range attack, which are basically like the bullet moves you do in DMC, where they essentially chip away at an enemy. They don't do crazy damage. But the fact that the higher difficulty settings, like Ultimania mode, which feels weird seeing Ultimania in a Final Fantasy game, that term, is effectively Dante Must Die, but even harder. Exploration has been described as like, there's no like open world, because that would elevate game time, but you can travel from world to world freely through like a menu, I think. I was hoping there'd be a world map mechanic, but the way people describe it is oftentimes kind of ass, but you know, I once had a Final Fantasy in my head based off like 15. This was a logical conclusion for me, which was having a Final Fantasy where like everyone is basically affixed with a summon as like a persona. That's what this feels like, except you're effectively taking all the personas and doing like a Haseo from .hack GU. Just absorbing everyone's avatar powers. Magic. Is it down these stairs or up the stairs? I also didn't like how often they found contrivances to get your party members away from you. Like, it really feels like a solo game in some cases, except for like, when Torgal was around. Although I'm sure when Joe shows up, maybe it'll be less upended as a problem, but... what it reminds me most of in terms of the narrative built around it is tales of what was it? Races. Like the new one from a year or two ago. The latest Tales game that came after Berseria, that shit, like, people were saying because of the way skits were done, it doesn't feel like a Tales game. Even the nature of the combat and how there's, like, no after-battle sequences, it's removed from the Tales series, oh fucking D. And then, when you said that, people reflexively said that something was wrong. Fuck. How are you going to say that the Tales series is different now? They use, like, terms to describe these people unhinged. I'm like, unhinged? Because I'm saying the series feels kind of different, the vibe is not there. That's some narcissistic ass shit to say. In some ways I get it. People really identify with these brands. They see Final Fantasy XVI with its new art style, aesthetic. It looked glaive. It's a good-looking game with the type of writing and dialogue that Final Fantasy fans who hate the weeb games kind of go off on. That's effectively what it is. It's a de-weebified Final Fantasy game. Or Final Fantasy 15, to be precise. There's no bonus areas though. That's one thing that I made note of, which I like to hear because I like bonus areas, but them bringing that up point that game developers do not want to develop stuff that the player might miss out on because they see it as a waste of resources. They want to homogenize the play experience. Alright. I will say though, Stella Nox Eclair will probably seems to really have this beef with, I guess, the non-Nomura Final Fantasy games, 9, 12, which when Stella Nox Eclair finally like played those games, she realized, oh shit, this stuff is pretty good. But she hasn't played 12 yet, but when she played 9, I was like, okay, now she gets why 9 is good. Because it's not what people usually talk about when it comes to 9. A lot of that discourse is like a field. Okay. Cool. I was thinking a little bit more about Final Fantasy VII Remake because we've been discussing bosses that are effectively the theme of the game as a force of nature turned into like a enemy you can fight. And when it came down to it, that's kind of what the Whispers are. Final Fantasy VII Remake is effectively the first act of Final Fantasy VII kind of turned into a self-contained narrative / sequel, stealth sequel. And one of the themes you see in Act 1 that never really comes up until maybe Act 3 is the theme of destiny. There's no getting off this train we're on. You can't just like get up and leave the hood or circumstances if you don't like them. You have to kind of like endure and hope you can fix the situation instead of running away. Well, not everyone can run away. So there is this ubiquitous destiny, but the Whispers kind of add a supernatural element to that really shapes a lot of the conflicts in that, especially because the Whispers start a lot of trouble in the hood of Midgar, because that's where Cloud resides, and as a result, it's like everyone starts getting caught up with this. First it's Aerith, but then it's Cloud, Avalanche. The scale just rapidly expands until you're fighting the Whisper Harbinger, the theme of destiny itself. And what happens after you defeat it? You get up out of Midgard just like you did in the original. You're leaving your circumstances behind for something better, which is running off to stop Sephiroth, which is the root problem, the biggest problem to address overall. And there's like some causality changes and some hints that characters might be alive now. Like there's some Chekhov's guns going off. Sephiroth is probably going to operate on tremendous hindsight. Okay, let's see. Alright. Like, I don't hate these type of antagonists, but I see why I don't like their usage. And weirdly enough, Remake does something that other Final Fantasies that have the Force of Nature theme as the final boss. It does something that issue where after you fight Whisper Harbinger, you fight Sephiroth, who's more than just the theme of the game as the antagonist. Although I think it would have made more sense if you fought Sephiroth and then fought Whisper Harbinger and then got warped into Edge of Creation Sephiroth, because that dude is like super strong, so it makes sense if, you know, you whoop his ass, he spawns the ring after a while, and then you fight the Advent Children characters with Whisper Harbinger. And sure, they're not as strong as Sephiroth with the wing, but then you see Sephiroth afterwards in Edge of Creation, and he's way nastier with it, and that would be how it typically would work, because we're used to fighting the antagonist and then fighting the theme, and more importantly, it would explain why Sephiroth would attack you more logically, and how there's still whispers resisting you even after the death of the Big Cheese, because you would think after Harbinger dies, all the whispers would just like bow out, but they only bow out towards the end after the Sephiroth encounter. They just don't have those bolstered numbers and that, I guess, Queen Bee nest that Harbinger probably acts as. So this way it would have been a bit more understandable. Okay, let me think. Salika wood. It would follow in the rhythm of the JRPG a little bit more. You would have, you know, a reason why Sephiroth is trying to kill your ass, which is at this point he can deal with you and then probably the Whispers himself and get everything in the rotation he wants. But then again, he doesn't want Cloud to die either, so these are things that I have to like replay stuff and look at walkthroughs to understand. Because he's fighting Cloud with all his might at this point. Like, why are you trying to kill a dude who you previously and afterwards said you don't want him to actually die? If it's because after he kills you guys, you're just gonna have your non-free will states kind of take over, and he can just take care of the Whispers himself after the fact. So it's like he has all the power. But it also makes sense why you wouldn't see the Whispers from a writing perspective, not just mechanistically but thematically in the later entries. It's because even the second act of Final Fantasy VII doesn't really use the theme of destiny as much. Like, they leave the hood. They got off of the train that they're on. now they're kind of in pursuit of Sephiroth with a story section that feels a lot less binded up. So Rebirth is probably going to have different themes rather than Destiny. And I hope Nomura or Toriyama or Kitase confirms that, because that would be vindicating. They talk about how you're not really going to see the Whispers again because they're out of like power. At least they're not going to be like an antagonist group that's like constantly in the story. You know what? Can't have you disrespecting me like that. Okay, so I'll just keep fighting Corals. I don't really like, let's see. Alright, let's see. I left 2 zones, so Feral Croc. Being overpowered in this game is so satisfying. Two days, 2 enemies left to kill. Alright, got all the bodies I need. See, these guys are hitting me OD, but it's barely doing anything. Alright, so now who am I waiting for? Tarask. Party needs to get close. Alright, I gotta look for a pond. I love this shit. They're throwing combos. This reminds me of that time like, oh, let's see, Tarask was it? That dude in that McDonald's in NYC was getting comboed by those youngins, and he was taking all them hits, eating them all, man. This was like in Chelsea. Right before he pulled out the hatchet, it had that lady frightened. Oh man. Come on. Big Tarask. Alright, so where do I go next? Arrows. Terror Titan. Four deed. 34. 36 hours. Grimalkin, okay, so that's also in Cheetah Uplands. At whatever these hills are called. That's right, call to your mama. Okay, clan primer, so which one of these motherfuckers was it? It was a little dark. Ooh, some bloodborne looking ass scroll. Clan primer, hunts, bestiary. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 20, 2, 4, 6, 8, 30, 2, 4, 6, 40, 2, 4, 6, 8, 50, 2, 4, 6, 8. Alright, I need 2 more then. Grimalkin, River Titan. Glaring Eye, Dustia, Cult Sworn Lich, oh shit, this one's probably gonna be tricky. Alright, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna charge my controller and charge my phone, because I did a whole lot of nothing with Romantic Saga and doing a whole lot of something with this one, but still got half an hour to go. So I'm down to do like a Q&A. As if I had followers would give a shit about that, but anyway. Brief Q&A moment. If y'all want to ask me anything, now's the time. I'm gonna go make myself something decent to eat as a snack. Nothing too calorically dense. I might brush my teeth as well. Alright. Am I tripping? So I decided to put some of that meat over the egg and rice mixture that I put together. I might want to put ketchup on that, which normally I'm not into like putting ketchup on things, but if it has egg on it, I realize hot sauce isn't going to do it. I need ketchup. So, it is what it is and ain't what it ain't. As it stands right now, I can probably get the platinum on this quite easily, which is a good thing. I don't want to spend another second on this game. Like, if this doesn't turn out to be my last session of the game, I'll do another one, because I realize I need to bolster up Romancing Saga Minstrel Song. Just deal with the last few quests. Get my characters overpowered. I need to get my characters overpowered. I need to make money in that game, because Lord knows I am too broke in that game. I need at least Aisha to be chunkier than she currently is. And Diana. Hold up. Jewel Beast, maybe I'm not gonna try and beat his ass, because I think starting that quest line appropriately where I'm not having to deal with that jewel attack is going to help me out tremendously. Spending 480 to get everyone to like summon a thing, waste a second turn sacrificing. Yeah, that ain't gonna be it. But I realize they can like tank it better, so it might just take a couple more HP. It seems like blocking doesn't really do much, but otherwise it might just be worthwhile to OD. Get 100, 200 HP on all my characters. Have Aisha start spamming the heals. That really might be what it comes down to, because he's not that tough, all things considered. He just has that one annoying ass attack. Let's see. Say that, but apparently 6 turns afterwards he does that shit again, so should probably be a bit more respectful. But you know, back in the day when we fought that dude, he was dealing us 900 apiece, so I consider this light work now. Alright, back to full. Nah, it's in 2 bars, but... Tomb of Refall. Refall, man, let's go. Miss Funny X out there, I apologize for the noise I'm making. I absolutely hate the rubber banding that I have to deal with. A part of me might miss having braces, but I'll never miss the rubber band phase. That stretch from December all the way to the 1st of March where I didn't have to, you know, have braces with rubber bands, just regular braces, that was paradise. You guys have, you know, some of you probably have an idea of how bad this is, but it's not a pleasant experience, is all I'm trying to say. Okay, let's see it. Oh shit, no, Alright, cool. This is some 5D chess right here. Alright, let me see. So I realize I don't gotta make those trips no more. I may not waste my gravity modes then. So I got it down to this. It's got to start using divide at some point. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Alright, let's see, gravity. Okay, so they don't use divide, just the first one. I like that sound effect, man. That shit was good. It smells sour like funky. I thought I did something. I didn't mean to do that. smells sour like fun. I've been watching those Arcade Craniacs videos, man. They take me way back. That shit was peak, man. That period of 2021 that was like actually kind of good. Okay, let's see who comes out. I'm gonna have to make another dental appointment. I'm starting to worry if like the braces did a lot of harm. Like I needed to use these because my TMJ was going crazy, but they're not really addressing the TMJ. I haven't had a nasty TMJ incident since, but the TMJ is just not being addressed at all. I think that was around the time that I was streaming Saga Scarlet Grace. I'm trying to think, what did I stream after Trails of Cold Steel 4? Because right before, I know I beat Saga Scarlet Grace like March 1st of 2021, and then I played XII, and then I got my Twitter suspended for 5.5 months, all in the same night. All the same calendar day. What was I playing before? I think I was doing the Kingdom Hearts games. Okay, I was doing Kingdom Hearts 1, Chain of Memories, and 2. Yeah, because I was playing those while distracting myself from all the election discussion nonsense. It was really starting to blow my, like, I delegated a lot of my Twitter work, but it didn't matter to me aside from that. I think the RNG in this is fixed, so I should probably... Let me check something really quickly. Is there a gravity spell? Yeah, it's time magic, so Vaughn can use it. At least that dang. Let me see. Forward. Yeah, so theoretically I should be having Vaughn with me, huh? Okay, so let's see if the Lich Bee will split. He really don't want to split. Let's see, will we use Divide? Come on, you even used Oil on me and Fire's still doing 0. Put your ass on. thinking about arcade Craniacs because of that smooth like butter line and the ooh, it smells sour like funky. Yeah, the divided ones don't like divide instantly. Everyone wants to pursue me, he can pursue me, but... Is this one that got splintered off? It was just pursuing me relentlessly, so it doesn't seem to want to reproduce. It's just like me. Okay, so for some reason they're not trying to reproduce. It's so weird knowing that Vaughn's voice actor was the one who did Sora in that Kingdom Hearts TV show pilot, or well, it's not a pilot because it never went on air. That like concept show. He did a pretty good Haley Joel Osment impression. I have no idea why they're not using Divide anymore. Oh, wait. Maybe it's because I was thinking that was gonna be it. The only reason he's doing the same old shit is because I'm fucking... Okay, but now I'm curious. Because for a while I thought I was making it happen. Feels like all of these are effectively programmed like the clone characters. So I might have to travel to like another place and then back. Wow, you're almost a decent level. Let me stop this lady because she's getting in my way. I'm gonna use a bunch of gravities. I will say this, I don't like games that try to like make me like try to grade me on shit, like the scoring system in DMC and shit. That don't sound fun for me, but then again, at the end of every fight in fucking Final Fantasy 16 and every mission, you're kind of given this scoring thing that's similar to like a Naruto game. Finally, got that motherfucker out the way. So coming back, that's the only one I managed to get, if I recall correctly. I'm hoping that things get easier from here on out, the way they were yesterday when it came to the hunts. I really don't want to make too much of an effort with a lot of this stuff, because I am so close to the platinum. I like these descriptions. Let's see. Toadsworn Lich, XII. Okay, east-west bypass. So I gotta wait like 8 minutes. What the fuck am I doing? I am tripping. You see, this is why I don't like turning my brain into autopilot, because I always do shit that doesn't make sense. Just one of these days, I would like to go into autopilot and do everything pretty well. But I can't. Okay, so this thing starts off at 2%. And it increases by 2% for every 10 seconds, so I just gotta chill. I've been gaming for 5 hours. I actually offered to give someone a voiced hypnosis session. Well, I hypnotized them before through text, and I was like, look, later on during the day when you wake up, around this time I'm available, you can come have a hypnosis session with me. Matter of fact, yeah, I'm checking my thing. Yeah, that person did not swing the offer. Like, we had a good text session. I actually hypnotized someone else through text today. The thing with hypno with me is that I'm hypnotizing at least like 3 or 4 people every day, so this is not in the past I was like really unconfident with it, whereas now I'm only unconfident during really like shitty situations. I'm pretty sure I know what the fuck I'm doing now. Alright, there you go. Like, The first time I hypnotized someone was in high school back in 2012. Well, I was in my homie's crib, and we decided to do hypnosis sessions on each other because he read a book on hypnotism, but I already knew how to do it, so I just kind of did it to him. But then I didn't do any hypnotism stuff for about 5 years in terms of like practicing it as a hypnotist. As a subject, I've been doing it from 2012 at the end of February onwards. But, 2017 comes around and I'm stepping up my hypnotism game, and I take it really seriously 2019 in the sense that like 17 and 18 I would be like hooked in places where I'm trying to like do sessions with people, but 19 I started getting contacts. I blocked some of those contacts, but 2020 I started getting other contacts, 2021 as well, but 22 is when I'm getting like contacts left and right because of this stuff. Before I was kind of like scared to like swing stuff, like 19 I was having it, but now it's just like I got no shame. Alright, Evil Spirit, Vorez, let's see, Juggernaut, okay, Megalmore, after the party enters Stillstrand. Okay, well this one actually has like a 30-minute wait, so Still Shrine of Miriam. Word of the Sword King. Let's see. I guess I can chill for another half hour. I would like to do just commentary without having to plug this shit. If these like USBs were a bit longer, I'd be a happy camper. I need just one where I can plug it into the PS4 and then from 20 feet away just sit in my sofa. Okay, this is from like Miriam, I assume. Getting another description. Alright, Skull Warrior. Let me see what you said. Let's see. Sound devices, broadcast, comments. Yeah, more Final Fantasy 12. I gotta redo my phone. My application crashed. Sword of Measure. I gotta activate this. Yeah, my application is acting strange at the present moment. It's saying that I have 0 followers. I can't even load up my own streams. Well, actually, now I can see your thing, but I can't access my own. Yeah, it's no big deal. It's no skin off my teeth. This is right on time because this next enemy I have to wait 30 minutes to encounter, so I can do a bit of a Q&A session. Yep, I gotta wait 30 minutes and then this rare monster will spawn. Okay, these guys are nasty with it, so let me change my gambits. Let me reset my application again since I have the chance. Oh, I recall right now. I gotta activate this 2 times. So, do you plan on streaming later on? Dark mirror. I assume that's a dark mirror. See. Alright, cool. Let me turn this part of the gambit off. This is such a 2D chess move for most of the game, but I don't really need it at this present moment. Yeah, I myself have been thinking of maybe doing Ape Escape as like a filler stream in case I beat Romancing Saga Minstrel Song a little too early. Because my copy of Trails to Azure is going to come at the tail end of this month, but I realize I'm completely out of side quests that I can do in Romancing Saga Minstrel Song, so I will have to do something. Ape Escape is one that's like a plat game, but another game that kind of caught my eye was the only PC game that I ever got as a kid, which was Toy Story 2, Buzz Lightyear to Rescue. That one has no trophies, but because it's a game that I played as a kid and I never got to beat, it would be nice to get my hands on it and complete it. Yeah, Sony made Ape Escape, they made Legend of Dragoon, and those are some of the games that got released in this like revitalized PS1 Classics section. Wild Arms 2 was also kind of published by Sony, an offshoot of Sony. So that's why 1 and 2 are both on the platform. Let me see. So I just gotta wait for 30 minutes. Yeah, the funny thing is I used to watch Toy Story 2 all the time. I've only watched Toy Story 1 once, like many, many years after the fact, like 2006-ish. And I never watched the whole film, just everything past the 20-minute mark. Yeah, 2 personally was my favorite one. Like, we used to have the VHS, and the kindergarten that I went to, they had that VHS playing often. It was a good place. Toy Story 2. That one is a film that I would like to rewatch, like the whole series from beginning to end, just because a lot of them, except for 2, I've only just seen once. 3 I only saw once. 4 I only saw once. So this time it'll feel like a unified experience. And there is a lot of info about Toy Story 5 that Tim Allen is kind of on about. Seinfeld. I still feel kind of screwed over by the fact that I can't really, like... You see, when I was a youngin', I had this CRT television set that stopped working at the end of 2010 because of the transition to widescreen and stuff like that. And stuff like Seinfeld was practically made for the CRTs. I used to play my Wii games on that CRT. And my PS2 and GameCube games. So let's see. I'm gonna make a round trip. This rare monster should spawn, because I don't know how long I've been doing this. It sounded here like there's gonna be a boss fight, but I literally killed every boss in this game. Like, I am safe in this game. I am in more danger in real life if I walk the streets than I am in this game. Okay, so Ward of the Sword King. I only have about, let me do the math. Bestiary. So I need to fill in 80 of the rare game sections. Yeah, I have to wait 30 minutes for the monster to spawn in that room. in real life. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 20, 2, 4, 6, 8, 30, 2, 4, 6, 8, 40, 2, 4, 6, 8, 50, 2, 4, 6, 8. Alright, so I've done 60 so far. I need 20 left to get platinum. Let me see. I got a notification. It's just Poseidon plugging his thing twice. Let's see. On the junction of this area. Yeah, I mean, you changed it to Wonka's Corner, but it should really just be called self-promotion. I mean, I barely use that category. But, you know, it's good that he's utilizing it. Other PS. I mean, you got a lot of options. You know, one game I was curious of trying out was, you know, that one that was like super goth? Primal, I think. Primal would be a good filler one for me because I played a demo of that shit because I traded Dragon Ball Budokai when I was a kid with a cousin of mine, and that was because he had a demo of a bunch of games including Sly Cooper, which I wanted to try the demo of that, and Wild Arms Free, which I really enjoyed, but it also came with Primal, and the vibe of that game scared the shit out of me as a kid. So I really want to get into it because of that. I saw a long play of it that was incomplete, but it wasn't like complete, and the combat doesn't look good. But just that demo section was like the creepiest thing I've ever seen in a video game. Just the atmosphere. I'm really interested in trying out a game with that type of energy. It's not survival horror, but it's like super gothic. And it has like this dark fantasy isekai thing going on. Yeah, those demo discs, they were really fun. If I recall correctly, that demo disc came with like a movie promoting Kingdom Hearts as well. But mainly the thing I was interested in was Wild Arms Free, which... Wild Arms Free, just the first free Wild Arms games are some of the absolute best Japanese RPGs. So freaking underrated. It's crazy considering the fact that you had anime actually talking about Wild Arms back in the day, like Great Teacher Onizuka, which is one of the best anime. Let's see, there was Wild Arms 1 through 5 in the mainline series. There was a tactical game on the PSP, and there was a remake of Wild Arms 1 on the PS2. If I recall correctly, they made a cell phone game called Million Arms. But I don't know if that one got shut down, because gacha games these days usually last like a year or two. The Wild Arms series was amazing. I mean, my younger bro, he didn't like the gameplay of those games, but he liked watching me play the games because the composition, the woman who composed it, it sounds like NBA music. Like some ESPN shit. He was a huge basketball fan back in the day. He stopped getting into it after a while because there were just way too much hood dudes, and switched to like skating and gaming and cannabis and making money. But man, back in the day, he was a huge basketball fan. Also playing Mortal Kombat, like that's the only video game he plays anymore. I remember Kago heard my younger bro in the PlayStation party play Mortal Kombat, and he straight up told me, "Your younger brother sounds scary." Oh yeah, get that fatality! Cook that motherfucker! I can't do his voice, man. He sounds like he's gonna just summon the devil every time he speaks. Oh yeah. Motherfucker sounds scary as shit. But then you actually look at him and he's just like Ice JJ Fish. Like he ain't that scary. Alright, let's see. I think it's been about 30 minutes. I haven't kept time, but... I'll walk 2 rooms and then make my way. Apparently this is my dad's second favorite Final Fantasy. Although, again, back in the day, that honor went to 15. Yeah, this is a really good looking game. Let me see, how's my charge looking? My charge is still at 1 bar. This battery is fucking dead. $15 is a game I hate so much that I actually like I could platinum it in about a few hours, but I actually get angry when I play that game. Like, I'm telling you, I would rather file someone's taxes than play Final Fantasy 15. Final Fantasy 15 is actually the easiest game to platinum. That shit is practically free. It's just so not fun that it actually goes from being whatever to being straight up annoying. Yeah, the one with Noctis. thing is, the other Final Fantasy game that I really didn't like was 13, but at least with that one, I know how to have fun with 13 because I'm actually good at that game, so... And the story is kind of funny with how bad it is. But 15 is just aggressively although I'm gonna need a PlayStation 5 to get 16 later on. Basically the staff that made 15 Business Division 2 they became Creative Business Unit 2, and most of the staff got sent to a different studio called Luminous Productions to kind of finish up the Luminous engine that they were making, which the only game they made with it up until Forspoken was Final Fantasy 15. Then Forspoken came out, and now they're shutting down that studio and moving them back to Creative Business Unit 2, which for a while was kind of a corpse unit. It's weird to think about because 16 uses the 14 engine, which is an in-between of 13 and 15's engine, Crystal Tools and Luminous. Let me see. I hope I didn't accidentally kill this motherfucker. The problem with 13 is that because of the limited scope of the engine that they developed for it, they're able to make a really pretty game. But all that you did in 13 was watch cutscenes and do battles. You had no towns and stuff like that. Yeah, they merged it back with Squareco, the holdings company. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I knew Forspoken was not going to do well financially. That was pretty obvious from the jumper. But I think what it comes down to is they finished everything they can do with that engine. We kind of milked Luminous for what it's worth, which is basically an engine for open world games, which Final Fantasy 15 was the only open world Final Fantasy. Forspoken is an open world game. They could probably just work on making open world games for Square since they have the experience without having to have their own studio, just going back to being in Creative Business Unit 2, which had no staff whatsoever for 5 years. Yeah, I mean, it's such an outdated engine, but they were able to make it work on a PS5 game, so might as well do something with it. 16 uses the in-between that 14 used, but they called it like it's the name of a character from Killzone. I don't know. It starts with an R. So 16 is gonna use that engine. Yeah, it's the name of like a character from Killzone whose name starts with an R, but since I don't know shit about Killzone, that's what the in-between of 13 and 15's engine is for 14 and 16. Is it because I... Let me look this up really quickly now. Nevermore. In the junction of this area once the party gets close enough. After the party enters Still Shrine. Okay. I'm gonna Google this shit. I hate using Google, but it can't be helped. Let me see. How do you spawn Nevermore? Okay, I gotta do this shit all over again. I fucked up. You guys are gonna have to forgive my ass, cause I killed the horse way too early. I have to wait 30 minutes, then kill the horse, and then the enemy will spawn. Nah, this ain't it. Let me see. It's right here. Because I have it on ×4 speed. Like, my brain is on too much ADHD nonsense to play this game like this. I mean, it's a good way of being notified that people are speaking to you, because otherwise you can just not notice, because there isn't that, like, visual cue. This kind of lets you know, hey, you got a new comment, you've got this many comments, so it is indeed a new comment, this ain't no glitch. When I was playing Final Fantasy XI and I had to like look at a big ass tile on my left with what was it? The OBS feature that I was using. That shit was not effective for me. I was missing comments every now and then because I would just not look. Because I would get no notification. I would just see the comment in the corner, but it's not like something is popping up on screen whenever I get a new comment. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm just going to wait about half an hour. Oh, the glitch isn't there anymore, so... Alright, that's cool. So we can just talk about whatever. I'll treat this as a makeshift Q&A. So I have 3:37 in terms of the stream time, or 4:37 in terms of the time I'm going to make my move. But for now, motherfuckers can ask me anything. Well, the thing is that people don't understand what the word average means anymore. If something is average, it's a 5 out of 10, but these days, being average is considered bad. And if a game gets an 8 out of 10, it's seen as bad news because everything has to be a straight 10. If you're getting a 9 or an 8, that means that there's like flaws with your work, and therefore it's tarnished. It's got a bad rep. You know what it reminds me of? How dentists and doctors and restaurants kind of depend on out of 5 score. Like if you give them a low rating, they'll start messaging you like, hey, what can we do to improve our thing, because we really need to get that 5-star. Because you look for a doctor's office, you're usually trying to reach the 5-star rating. If you go in and it says 2 stars, the receptionist called me an ugly ass, broke ass bitch. It's a fatal flaw. But the thing is that a video game, a movie, these creative works, you can't treat a score like that the same way you would treat a score like in a restaurant or a medical place, where if a restaurant gets a 2 out of 5 stars, that's a death sentence. That's the kiss of death. You can't really, like, the fact that video games are moving to that type of model in movies where they're desperately trying to get max ratings and stuff like that, paying off journalists, trying to even obscure demos and other things so that people won't notice its flaws, and do everything in their power to make sure that everybody has the same exact experience playing a game, no optional content, so that it's homogeneous and they can have no room for error. That's the other thing, is that video games take 5 years to release, so if people wait 5 years for a game and it's good and it's rated a 7 out of 10, that's a death sentence, because people don't know how to take that. Especially in the Final Fantasy series, because if a Final Fantasy game is rated anything less than a 92, people on GameFAQs freak out like it's a disaster. So that just lets you know the change in how video game criticism is looked at. It's looked at as if I'm not going to buy a game because it's rated an 8 out of 10. Which, yes, I'm not going to go to that restaurant if it's rated a 1 out of 10, because that means that the person is going to spit on my food. I'm not going to go to a dentist that's a 1 out of 10 because the doctor's not going to be there on time, and he's going to argue on his phone while I'm working on me. But if I play a game that's an 8 out of 10 or a 4 out of 10, and it's a game that already has stuff that I like anyway, like I'm a fan of the series and it has good shit, who gives a fuck? What I care about more than the score is the actual content of why I got the score. Is it a glitchy mess? Is it riddled with microtransactions? Do you need to spend a lot of money on DLC? So in that case, the score does not matter that much. I remember, and this is actually crazy news, 3 years ago, my mother ordered a bunch of cereals from a company on the internet, and she asked me to make a review on it, which was a really bad decision on her part, because I'm actually a really harsh critic. So, I said everything that I liked about the cereal, but when I started making criticisms, I was talking about the digestibility of the food, you know, how filling it is, flavor, all of this other stuff. She told me I sounded like a complete snob, and the company started like hating on us afterwards, like making these passive-aggressive emails to my mom's based on the review that I wrote for her. And I used a lot of like huge-ass words. Like, she's gonna have to like pull out the review that I made, because I was really showing my ass out in that interview, but they got offended. They're like, oh, since you like this product so much, here's... They made it so shady. Oh man, it was funny as shit. My mom was laughing. She didn't really care either way. I mean, she still orders from that company from time to time because they make cereal for her ass. But if you want me to review something, I'm going to give you the full... Oh no, I remember what word I used. I used the word copious. I mean, indie games are being plugged up a lot nowadays. I mean, you go to a state of play and half the shit is like weird indie games. But I don't really know what's going on with, you know, Call of Duty open world or stuff like that, but the thing is that those games are marketed to people who only like buy 2 video games a year. And both those video games are Call of Duties and NBA 2K. I mean, the last good state of play they had was the one that like had God of War Ragnarok announced, and before that, the one that had Final Fantasy VII Remake, you know, updated, like May of 2019. That's it. There's only been 2 good state of plays. All the other ones have been kind of shit. Compared to like the Nintendo Directs that actually do have a myriad of different types of content that people would want. State of plays is like, it's not enough time. The trailers take too long, and they'll give 20 minutes towards the end for something nobody gives a shit about, like that what was it, Suicide Squad game that came out. Nobody gives a fuck about that game. They got that game where Harley Quinn looks like that porn lady I used to watch, where she's like, if you watch this video, you'll go to hell. That's the porn. Oh man. This video will give you a curse. If you look at it, you'll go straight to hell. Alright. She had a nice big butt though. Let's see. So all of that was 10 minutes. We got 20 minutes to go. because Nintendo Directs are so good, because they'll have RPGs, they'll have classic games like Metroid, they'll have all the Mario games, the Zelda games, random ass like farming sim games, so many different genres of stuff. $20 more minutes. They'll have like space shooters and boxing games and Wii Sports. 20 different genres, something for everybody. Different types of games, because the Switch is effectively a porting machine. But with Sony, it's like they pull out the random indie games that nobody wants, the walking sims. I will say this, with the Sony one, the last State of Play, I really liked the Naruto game that they showcased. I thought that was really interesting. Street Fighter was pretty good, you know, seeing Cammy. And what was the other one? Resident Evil 4 was good. So the last one wasn't really that bad. It's just that the last 10 or 20 minutes showing the Suicide Squad shit was a waste of time. You could have shown something interesting there, but I don't know. Maybe there's too many NDA related things, so they couldn't really ball out. Because that's what I'd be trying to do if I was Sony. I'd be trying to ball out. Because Nintendo, that's exactly what they do. They want to show you 20 different things, make you feel like you're eating good if you have a Nintendo console. Sony is not like that at all. Sony is like, look, the publishers, they just want us to show this thing for 20 minutes and we got no balls, so we'll say yes, even though nobody gives a shit about that thing. They did that with freaking the Guardians of the Galaxy game. Nobody gave a shit about that one. But they promised that there was going to be an exciting Square title announced, and it was Star Ocean 6. But not everybody is a Star Ocean fan. Not everybody knows or cares what Star Ocean is. I mean, I do, but I didn't even buy Star Ocean 6 last year. That wasn't Square's fault, man, but it's good to have niche things, but if you're gonna like hype us up, you know how Final Fantasy fans are. They're gonna think you're gonna show Final Fantasy 16 or 7 Rebirth. If you're announcing a classic thing and you're showing Star Ocean 6, that's a little too niche. Don't hype it up too much. Just say, you know, we're gonna announce a old school classic, a throwback. I mean, Square's been changing it up, OD. I don't know what you're talking about, but let me see what's going on with this. You want Square to showcase a Western game that's not an RPG? Or Sony? Because whenever Square used to do that shit, I hated it. I'm like, bitch, I don't give a fuck about Hitman. Or, what was it, Life is Strange or Tomb Raider. I mean, I like jerking off to Tomb Raider porn, but that's about it. A good Western game, let me think, what would that entail? What's some stuff that the West could announce that I would actually like? I mean, Elder Scrolls 6 is one of them. Grand Theft Auto 5, but those are kind of deep in development. I don't even like Grand Theft Auto, but at least that would be exciting. Elder Scrolls 6, if you have, what's his face, Jeremy Solas dropping some compositions and stuff like that, that would be kind of cool. Because even though I'm not really the biggest Skyrim fan, and I couldn't stand the few minutes I had of Oblivion, I did like Jeremy Soul's work in both of those games. Let's see, what else from the next Mortal Kombat game? They could probably what else is good that the West can have? That's the thing, I don't really like a lot of Western video games, but let me think. I guess if you made a BioShock game, like some type of BioShock reboot, you just promise to have like this, you know, dark FPS. Or get those motherfuckers from the Amnesia Soma series to work on something. One of those like psychological horror first person things. Cause Resident Evil kind of did that with 7 and 8, so you can kind of do that. Outlast free. Let's see. What else can they do? Sly 4. Well, Sly 5, I mean, because Sly 4 ended on a cliffhanger, and they kind of reserved that for DLC, but they never got around to making DLC for it, so they could just turn that into Sly 5. Because he's apparently trapped in the past, so they gotta do something about that. And a lot of people have a PlayStation now back in the day, or even Plus, to play the Sly games, even though the remasters never really came to the PS4, and they're not coming to the PS5 as of yet. So that would be a nice way to kind of give them a little bit of a thank you. What else from the West that I would actually find interesting? I mean, God of War, the Norse arc is kind of over and done with, so all they really have to do is maybe have Kratos go to Egypt. And that's about it. Egypt, maybe the Mayan thing, they can have that kind of duology, but that's as far as they could really go with that. Well, there's a lot of pantheons, but keep in mind that a lot of those pantheons are probably still active. Like, you can't have Kratos go after the Japanese pantheon Izanagi because Japan is still ostensibly pagan. The Mayan deities, I mean, I guess Latin America or South America has been thoroughly Christianized, but I'm not entirely sure if it's that Christianized to where you can say all of this stuff is kind of dead and buried. You could have done that with the Greek deities and the Norse deities. Egypt, maybe. I think because of the Afrocentrism stuff, that could probably be a problem. It's basically him just wiping out pantheons and shit like that. So whichever pantheon has been wiped out. Speaking of God of War, the company that did the reboot of the Castlevania games and also remade that one Metroid game, what are they called? You could have them work on an original hack and slash, and that would probably be really good. They fucked up with Beyond Good and Evil 2 though. In terms of like sports sims, you could have like an XFL game, since the XFL is a thing once again, and people hate the Madden NFL games. Yeah, the one that Vince McMahon started, the one that like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's ex-wife, Danny Garcia, owns. So you can have something like that eventually. That would probably do good, because supposedly Madden NFL is in big trouble if they don't get their shit together. What else? I'm trying to grasp at straws here. Yeah, sports games usually suck over here because they try to be like simulation based, and they're yearly releases. So if a game is coming out every year, you're effectively getting a compromised experience. They can't improve on it too much, because then it'll take longer than a year. So they have to make it an incremental experience. They still don't really show a lot about that AEW Fight Forever wrestling game. Which, technically a Japanese studio, Yuke's, works on those, but it relies on a lot of things from this company. Let's see, I'm trying to think. In pertinence to something I like, they could probably do like since they had that Puss in Boots movie, they can remaster Shrek 2, which Shrek 2 was actually a decent game. Same with Shrek 3 on that note. I had to check my battery for a second. Trying to think, what else can they do? Because I'm speaking about just like a bunch of mid stuff, but it's still kind of something. You know what the problem is, and I think this is the raw truth, is that they're not going to do any of this shit because they want live service games that you're going to just get for $60 and spend $200 in microtransactions for. They want the next Destiny. Effectively, games as a service is kind of the model for a lot of these games. Most games are effectively co-op experiences where you're spending a lot of money on skins. So, effectively, like, all of it might as well be like a cell phone game in terms of structure. Well, another problem too is a lot of these studios, they're all open in these like super high-end, high market value areas. They're probably at their wits' end paying off the rent as well. I wouldn't be surprised, because so many of these companies want to move to these hyper affluent places, and it's not really a good thing. A lot of restaurants that have been around for 80 to 100 years in New York City are closing. Some of them have multiple stars to their name, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, because the rent is too damn high. That pizzeria that was in that John Travolta film way back in the day closed down after being open for 80-something years because they couldn't pay the rent anymore. So a lot of these studios like to move to these super expensive places like Montreal, Quebec, and Santa Monica. Guess what? You're gonna be paying a lot of bills, and you're gonna be nickel and diming us because you're broke ass, can't afford it. Yeah, because that's probably all he could afford to make. Making a really solid game, unless you're going the neoclassical indie approach, is going to cost a lot of money. And these days, people do not want to spend unnecessarily on these resources. And more importantly, the biggest expense is making these level of games in a timely fashion. So many of them are being like chipped away at because if you want to make it come out in 2 years, you're gonna have to staff like crazy. So that's one thing. That's why a lot of games are moving to these type of models. It's unfortunate, but also I understand completely. It's why, like, when I went in Heights, and the Heights was like super gentrified back in the day, right before I left, I would go to a restaurant and the food would absolutely suck. It would cost $20, be only like 4 ounces of food, but they would justify the price because it had a swirl, a drizzle on the plate that's decorative. Like, I remember I went to one of these restaurants and I got, some $20 fries. There were only 8 fries on my plate of yuca fries, but it had a decorative, like, drizzle on the plate. Yes, $20 for 8 yuca fries. Now, these aren't French fries with like potato, they're yuca, so they're a lot more filling because your body doesn't hyperabsorb it, has more fiber, but still, that's robbery. Let me see. So, being in these cities is getting expensive. Everything is inflating. We've been using the standard $60 a game model for quite some time, and inflation is getting really crazy, which is why a lot of retail price like PlayStation games are $69.99 now. Before, they would throw in like an art book and a mini OST, call it a collector's edition, and that would justify the price, but they don't even do that anymore. It's like, here's the game, it's $69.99 now. Gamers are not gonna like that shit. Let me be careful with this shit, because if I've been doing this for like 29 minutes, then I fucked it up for nothing. Alright. So hopefully the enemy will show up in the junction. Let's see, moment of truth. Critical junction. I hope that wasn't a fuck up. I'm gonna be pissed if that was. Oh. So these are respawning quite a bit. Let me try to get a chain out of curiosity, see what drops. Okay, so I'm getting a magicite. I'm running my laps. I'm gonna be pissed because I did that like 30 minutes on the dot. I would get a notification if I had it killed. Let's see. I had a video game moment happen to me today. My mom's joked like she was gonna fight me. I pulled a knife out, and as soon as she was like, "No, I ain't fighting you," this like container of rainbow cookies opened up on its own. Like I unlocked a treasure, like I solved a puzzle or something. Like I got loot. So I don't think it spawned, so I'm gonna have to research a little bit. You're gonna have to hold on tight. Alright. Oh, okay, so let's see. Oh, there he is. Killed his ass. Fucked his shit up. Okay, let's see. Michael Moore. Okay, so I'm trying to coordinate with this motherfucker. See, leave it to GameFAQs to outdo all the walkthroughs. A message board will always deliver better than any walkthrough will. See. What? That should be a strong 2-bar. Things left for me to get, so I'm gonna have to be considerate. Teleport. Zertinian. I think I can go here. If not, then I'm messing up. Farheim Passage, Robin Master. Alright, I'm gonna go to Western Sand. Okay, Westerson. I've been picking at the back of my head some time. Alright. Shit, I know you won't go that hard. What about if I turn around? Alright. That ain't spend money. I'm gonna fuck up this side quest. Time passage. Let's see. Should have figured it was Westerson, because going to the left for it. I gotta trust logic rather than my internal rhythm. People always talk about trusting your gut, but if you don't got a healthy gut, man, it ain't worth it. You're just going off habits. Alright, let's see. So before I put this back in the charger, Mullen, larva eater. Hourglass Basin. So where is that? I can get up here, rightmost area. How do I get there though? Let's see. How can I get there? There's gotta be some trick. Larva Eater, Mullen. Oh shit, there's probably gonna be they got Cody Christian and Brianna White hosting the Future Games Show Spring Showcase on March 23. Let's see. I see Aisha from Ranting Saga could probably make that jump. I'm trying to act as if there's like a hidden bridge or canal to get there. Oh shit, okay, so I'm fording the bridge right now. Oh, there you go. All it took was reaching out and trying something different, and here we are. Okay, he right there. So I just gotta pull up on his ass. You know I'm coming, man. Let's go. So that's 62. I got 18 left to get. No, let me look at this list a little more. Mullen, Larva Eater, Chawa, okay, Nebraea, Studlands, the Slumber. Okay, finally we got an easy one. Ladies and gentlemen, we're finally doing one that's not asking us to like perform a bunch of esoteric tasks. I say this like I'm not playing a single player MMO. What the fuck am I expecting? But then again, I played .hack GU last year and I really enjoyed it. And that's a single player MMO as well. I think the difference with .hack GU is that game had like a really Kino aesthetic. Like Cyber Connect 2, you just look at Final Fantasy 16, and even 7 Remake, they set the groundwork for the type of games the industry wants to make. Especially their world building and lore, it's just the most Kino shit on the fucking planet. southeast. Alright. Alright, let's see. Man, all these motherfuckers got the same backstory. They're all like these like spiteful, vengeful, cursed motherfuckers. It is an edgier variant of the regular enemies. Moss foreign highways. Pedelians, let's see. I feel like I don't know English when I read this game sometimes. Let's see. Midgar Zomer. I think I fought that then when I was playing this game with my pops. Moss foreign highways. Empyrean Way. Oh, should I remember this joint? Alright, let's see. Now, I forgot all about this place, but... Oh, that just lets you know how many little cows there are here. There's enough for me to forget about shit. Because, like, this is an example of something that you're not even going to get in Final Fantasy XVI. This is a locale where... you can miss this out on your first playthrough. Which is not something a modern game developer would want to do. There's content the player can miss out on that's effectively wasted money on their part. Because they developed that and the player couldn't even get to see that shit. in many ways, this is a game from 06, but it feels like a game from 04 in a good way. Racy doesn't feel like a game from PS3 era in this regard. Google game design is kind of anathema to me. Alright. So one of the switches that I activated set that off. Alright, let's see. Who leveled? Oh, Bosch leveled up. So I activate the south one, and that's gonna kick off. Feels like I'm activating all of them, but... Okay, so if I activate this one... Alright, there you go. Keep south and southeast on. At this point, this is just me rote memorizing. This is like the lowest form of any kind of like intelligence. So south and southeast. I need for the bridge. Northwest. So I know I gotta activate that shit again, but before I do that, see if I can cut corners. Yeah, fast forward mode is not... It's not doing me well with this. Alright, well I managed to accomplish that. Now just because I got OCD, let me see. Is this like an odd or even number? It's even. Go more jungle, path, machine, light. Let's see, Balfenheim. Let me talk to this guy right here. Let's see. Teleport zone. See, now we got enough for the rest of the game. Golmore. Alright, Golmore Jungle it is. When's the last time I've gone there? Paths of Change Light. Breeze Witch. I used to really like Queen's Rake, that band, but I haven't listened to them since I was 14 years old, so maybe I should sit down and try and get into it, because it's that transition between soft rock and hard rock, where prog rock is just really just kicking ass. Grog and I used to have that conversation back in the day. Because we would talk about like the 70s and how one of the few good things about the 70s was the prog rock was on point. Of course, he's recently kept his channel content like missing. I guess because he's focused more on IRL stuff. He doesn't use anything other than maybe Facebook if he still has it, and IG, which I certainly know. So, I mean, Queen's Wreck is a little more recent than that, but you know, they're one of those good prog bands that just justifies that time in like musical history. Okay, my television is... Let me reset this. My TV is doing an auto turn off. Dead pixels on my television. YouTube, what it do? I haven't watched Stuff Is Cold in a while. I really want to watch him though. I just miss prolonged eye contact, his butts. Him dropping the N-bomb after like a long period of silence and just staring at the camera. Like, his content gets so repetitious, but it gets more repetitious over time because he just knows what to hit. I think that dude realized early on that people were actually like charmed by the dude. He's like, alright, I gotta milk this shit for what it's worth. You're not cold enough. Let me not sit on this. Alright, that was it. So I think I'm gonna call it a night. Let me check the time. It's 5 o'clock. This was me just not leaving well enough alone. Plan primer, bestiary. I'll do the math right now. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 20. 2, 4, 6, 8, 30. 2, 4, 6, 8, 40. 50, 2, 4, 6, 8, 16, 5, 65. Alright, so that, it really is top 15 up in this bitch. Alright. I might show up in XII stream later on tonight, but aside from that, it's been your boy Mr. Wonka 7. Thank you guys for watching, and XII Day.